Hello, everybody, and welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G, John Galindo, coming to you live each and every Saturday only here on YouTube. Want to welcome you to the May 28th, 2022 All 50's and Early 60's edition. It's the last show of the month, not really Memorial Day. I'll be doing a 60's Memorial Day show on Monday the 31st. I found some pretty cool records in the 1960s. I only have one. The closer tonight is going to be, I guess, dedicated to those that gave their lives here for our freedom. But anyway, that's what Memorial Day is. But welcome to the Vinyl Treasure Show this Saturday, this horrible, weird day with storms and rain and humidity, and it's now 67 degrees. It says sunny, but it's not sunny. It's dark out there. But welcome to the Vinyl Treasure Show. We opened up tonight 50's edition with an instrumental request for Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room. This group out of Tyler, Texas. They're called the Cyclones, and it was written by the piano player for the group, Sterling. I know you like piano, tinkling on the piano there. Wayne Brooks Jr., he was the piano player for the Cyclones. This charted nationally. This was number 83 on Billboard, a number 22 record on WCOP out of Boston, Massachusetts. From August 58, the Cyclones on the Trophy label. That's going out to Kenny Mack. It's called Bullwhip Rock is the name of that one. Well, enough of my babbling here. Got lots of requests, lots of flip sides from last week, and let's open up the vocal portion with a flip side from last week. This one requested by Daryl Letts. I played the B-side of this for Joe Shacatano. It was called Darling, I'll Love Only You. Came out on William Henry Miller's Acme label by the Ebb Tones. They were a group from the Bronx, New York. Later on became Ebb Tides. I said Ebb Tones. Later on they became Nino and the Ebb Tides. But let's flip it over. This is the A-side. This is the side I used to hear on Oldies Radio. From December 57, the Ebb Tides with Antonio Aiello on lead on the Acme label. The name of the tune is called Franny Franny.
Boyfriend, Franny, Franny, who's your boyfriend? Tell me, Franny, who's your boyfriend now? Whoa, we went steady for you, now you left me with a tear. Tell me, Franny, who's your boyfriend now? You said you love me true, I gave my heart to you.
Yeah, we open up the vocal portion there with the Ebb Tides. Ebb Tides from December 1957. That's their debut single on the Acme record label, song entitled Franny Franny. Antonio Aiello on lead there. I think with their next request, they were known as Nino and the Ebb Tides. That, found that record in the wild. You know, I haven't really looked for records in the wild in a long time, but used to go to Yonkers Raceway Flea Market. That record showed up there. It was 15 cents. You can't find these bargains anymore out at maybe you can at the flea markets if you go enough, maybe, but it's really, you know, it's going to take a long time before you find a good record, but they're out there, so it's always a lot of fun to do that. And let's continue here. Here's another flip side from last week. I played a request for Nick Nicola. He requested the Vanguards on the Ivy label. Played the A side. It was called Moonlight. Now, the flip side's a nice jump from November 57. Give a listen to the Vanguards. It's on the Ivy label. The promos play better than the stocks. That's my opinion. The song is called I'm Movin'.
Well, I'm moving, I'm traveling from town to town. Well, I'm moving from town to town. And whoa, so long, baby, just now put you down. Whoa, so long, baby, don't you cry for me. So long, so long, baby, don't cry for me. Because I'll be on that choo-choo, yes, sirree. I'm scared, getting all over the land. Well, I'm scared, all over the land. Well, whoa, so long, baby, find yourself another man. Whoa, so long, baby, don't you cry for me. Whoa, so long, baby, don't cry for me. Because I'll be on that choo-choo, yes, sirree.
B-sides here on the Vinyltreasure Show. November 57 released the Vanguards on the Ivy label. I'm Movin' is the name of the tune. For you collectors out there, if your copy mentions B.B. Butler and his orchestra, you have the 1957 press. If not, you have the second press from 1960. So check your copies on that 45. You know, we count down the music chronologically here on the all 50s and early 60s edition. So let's open up with an early side here as we go back to September 1953. And it's a request for Rick in Philly, and it's a B-side to this group's very first release on the Atlantic record label, talking about the Drifters. Their debut single, the A-side, was a big #1 R&B record for the group. It was called Money Honey. The flip is an excellent ballad. It features the great Clyde McPhatter on lead. This one here from September 53, by request for Rick in Philly, the Drifters on the Yellow and Black Atlantic label. It's called The Way I Feel.
The way I feel tonight, I'm afraid I don't know wrong from right. All I know is that it's plain to see you're never coming back to me. The way I feel for you, I would borrow, beg or steal for you, but it doesn't matter what I vow. What's the good? It's too late now. You may believe I've never loved you. Some of our friends have told you so. But why should you listen to friends, dear? Or who in this wide world can know the way I feel inside, with a heart that just can't be denied? You would find a love that's deep and real if you knew the way I feel. Yes, you'd find the love that's deep and real if you knew the way I feel.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. The great ballad that is by Clyde McPhatter and the Drifters. That's their first release on the Atlantic label. The Flip Side of Money Honey, song entitled The Way I Feel, requested by Rick in Philly, September 1953. Found my mint copy of that. I had, last time I played that record, I forget when it was a while back. It was so crackly, but you need a mint copy on that record because it's so quiet. The flip side, not so much, but that side, yes, you do. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Let's move into 1954 with another flip side from last week, as Timothy requested the Great Flamingos on Al Benson's Parrot record label, their first of three. The song was Dream of a Lifetime, and the listener Nick Nicola asked me to flip the 45 over. So let's flip it over here for Nick, again with Solly McElroy on lead. But you also hear the bass of Jake Carey. He also is on this record. And this one here is going out to Nick Nicola. I'm playing my red vinyl copy, August 1954, the Flamingos on the Parrot label. It's On My Merry Way. This is for Nick.
Because I'm gone. Oh, baby, you know I'm gone. I'm going away to stay. I ain't coming back no more. Oh, you done me wrong. Baby, I'm on my way.
Oh, baby. There's just one thing to say. I'm free, baby, and I'm on my way.
Because I'm gone.
On my
Baby, baby, I'm gone.
On my way.
I'm gone away today.
On my
Baby, ain't coming back no more.
On my way.
Oh, you done me wrong. I'm on my way. Oh, I'm on my way.
On my way.
I'm on my way.
On my way.
Baby, I'm on my way.
On my way.
Oh, I'm on my merry way.
On my way.
Ain't coming back no more.
On my merry way.
I'm on my way.
On my
Way, baby, I'm on my way.
On my merry way. On my merry
There you go there with the Flamingos. That's a B-side there. I think it was a B-side. It's going out to Nick Nicola. The Flamingos from August 54. That's their first of 3 on the Parrot label, On My Merry Way. Of course, I'm missing 145 by the Flamingos. I do have it on a nice 78. I really don't want to know is the one that's going to cost you a lot of money. I wish I had that record. I do have it on a 78, though. I'll have to play it, excuse me, on the all 78 show. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are 1954. Now, last week I played a request for Rick in Philly. He requested the Opals, this group out of Harlem, New York, first recording as the Crystals on the Luna record label, featured the original version of Oh But She Did for Rick. Now, listener Daryl Letts and Nick Nicola, I don't know if there was anybody else that asked me for the flip side. There may have been, but we're going to play it anyway. The flip side here, written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Earl Wade. Yes, Earl Wade, who would later on join the Cadillacs. He was a member of the Opals, and he's on lead here. This is on Bess Berman's Apollo Records, going out to Nick and Daryl. October 54, the Opals on Apollo. It's called My Heart's Desire.
That's my desire to be near you. That's all I want, is to be true. That's my desire. That's my heart's desire.
My heart's desire.
I need you, darling, close to me. If you don't want me, set me free. That's my desire. That's my heart's desire. Oh, remember the night when you well, I love you so. Oh, remember the night when you well,
I need you, darling.
yes, close to me. Well, I need you, darling, close to me. If you don't want me, set me free. That's my desire. That's my heart's desire.
Those are the Opals. The Opals there. The Opals with Earl Wade on lead there. He also wrote the tune, October 1954. Bess Berman's Apollo Records, My Heart's Desire is the name of the tune. Johnny G was under the weather today for some reason. I don't know what it was. It was in the air conditioning or something that I did not sleep well. So if I get caught a lot tonight, that is the reason, Sterling. Don't blame me. Let's continue here. We move into 1955. Let's go out to the West Coast for this group known as the Feathers, probably best known for the original version of Why Don't You Write Me, and another classic song they do called Nona. Johnny Staten on lead for that one, but he was the lead for the group. But with their final release on Peter Morgan and Austin McCoy's Showtime label, it featured a bass lead, the bass of the group. His name is Ray Anderson. He also wrote this tune from August 1955. These are the Feathers on the Showtime record label. It's called Crashing the Party.
Well, if you give a party, don't lock the door. Turn out all the lights, 'cause if you don't let my boys inside, it's going to be a fight. Well, we started out this morning, was gonna rack some head. Some lame stood out to call the heat, and now we're laying dead. Well, if you give a party, don't lock the door. Turn out all the lights, 'cause if you don't let my boys inside, it's going to be a fight. Well, the party was really jumping, don't you know the chicks, they were fine. I was checking this crazy, crazy side, almost lost my mind. Well, if you give a party, don't lock the door. Turn out all the lights, 'cause if you don't let my boys inside, it's going to be a fight. Big Louis, he will stick you, don't you know it, Johnny, he has his gun. Big James, he will hit you, and then you know it's time to run. Well, if you give a party, don't lock the door. Turn out all the lights, 'cause if you don't let my boys inside, it's going to be a fight. Well, everybody had cooled it, don't you know things was on the beat. We heard this crazy groovy screaming noise, and then the heat cruised on the scene. Well, if you give a party, don't lock the door. Turn out all the lights, 'cause if you don't let my boys inside, it's going to be a fight. Blow! Everybody had cooled it, don't you know things was on the beat. We heard this crazy groovy screaming noise, and the heat cruised on the scene. Well, if you give a party, don't lock the door. Turn out all the lights, 'cause if you don't let my boys inside, it's going to be a fight. There's going to be a fight. Look out there,
February 55 release No, mistake. No, that's August 55 release. The Feathers there on the Showtime record label. Crashing the Party. We want no crashing any parties here. I needed an up-tempo record at that point in time. Of course, you know, the flip side on this, I think it's a good song if I recall. What's the flip? The flip is Love Only You. Well, you know that's going to get played next week. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show as we head to Queens, New York with a request for Daniel Kubacki. He's in our YouTube chat room, and this is the group's final release on Saul Rabinowitz's Baton record label. Well, it's their fifth release. Came out in February 55, although there was one more in 57, like a reissue of their debut single. So for argument's sake, this would be their last 45. I don't know if you really can count it's the same thing when I get in trouble with the Chanters, because all their records were re-released on other numbers, and a couple of them twice, or more than once, 3 times I think on one of them. But anyway, this is a great tune from February 55. Gene Pearson is on lead. Give a listen to the Rivaliers on Baton Records. Going out to Daniel Kubacki, it's called Don't Ever Leave Me, the Rivaliers.
Don't ever leave me. Don't break my heart. Promise me, darling, we'll never part. You know I love you, sweetheart. You know how I love you. You know how much I care. You know the way I feel. You know my love is real. So don't ever leave me. Don't break my heart. Oh, promise me, darling, we'll never part. So don't ever leave me. Don't break my heart. Oh, promise me, darling, we'll never part. Don't break my heart.
As Gene Pearson and the Rivaliers, February 1955 release on Baton Records, Don't Ever Leave Me. That's one of their better releases, I agree. Although they did very well for Baton Records, and lots of their records sold. So, although one of them, I don't really think they're all that expensive out there. You can find the 78s pretty easy. 45 sometimes clean are difficult. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Up next, a request for Mike Sape. Now, I'm guessing this group is out of Brooklyn, New York, because initially these guys were known as the Brooklyn Boys. And when Mike sent me his email, he said, Johnny, can you play the Brooklyn Boys? And I said, wait a minute, the Brooklyn Boys on Dynamic? I have another record on Dynamic, but I don't think it's the Brooklyn Boys. I do have the Brooklyn Boys on the Ferris label, but we're going to listen to that one after this one. I'm just going to play them consecutively. So I did a little bit of research on this. The song Mike requested was If She Should Call, which came out on Dynamic 107. I've never really seen the 45. It's probably an ultra rare record, it is, but I've never really seen. I was looking for pictures maybe to see if maybe how that release by the Brooklyn Boys relates to this release by the Voltones, because I think maybe they just Is it possible that they just issued the record again with a different name? I don't know, but there's a different flip, I guess, on the two records. But I don't know if they're the same. I looked in Louis' book. He said it was reissued on Ferris. It's a totally different cut on Ferris, actually a little faster. But this is a more cruder version. So, Mike, I'm going to play both versions for you. But this is on the Dynamic label. Mine is Dynamic 108. The Voltones is the group. This would later be re-recorded by the group, issued on Ferris. And we're going to spin both versions here. But this is the earlier version from April 55. The Voltones on the Dynamic label. This is from Mike Sape. It's called If She Should Call.
If she should call, say I'm not around. I'm not around. I just can't be bothered. Say I'm out of town. If she should call, as I know she'll do, just say it's all over. I found someone new. There was a time when I cared so much and thought she felt the same. I really gave all my love. Now tell me who's to blame if she should call. Not that I'm saying he's not concerned, but haven't called back. I just may if she should call, say I'm not around. I just can't be bothered. Say I'm out of town. If she should call, as I know she will do, just say it's all over. I found someone new. There was a time when I cared so much and thought she felt the same. I really gave all my love. Now tell me who's to blame if she should call. Not that I'm concerned,
not that I'm concerned, but have her call back. I just may return if she should call.
Here you go, double request for Mike Sape there. We just, earlier, first we heard the Voltones from, I think around April 55 on the Dynamic label, If She Should Call. And I don't have the Brooklyn Boys on the Dynamic label, and Marvin Pod says it's not the same song, so probably a different group recording that, so maybe they just recorded it, I don't know, but that is now the Brooklyn Boys there, like definitely a resung version of that, more in the popish vein. I prefer the first one on Dynamic, I guess, but that one's not bad on the Ferris label. 1956, the Brooklyn Boys, If She Should Call on Ferris. Both going out to listener Mike Sape. Let's continue here with a request for Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room. This group out of Philadelphia. It's on Jack Angel's Neil record label out of New York City. Used to receive lots of airplay here in New York City. We go back to January 1956 with a classic by the Monarchs on Neil. It's their first one called Pretty Little Girl for Kenny.
Bo, 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 yep, yep, yep.
Well, pretty little girl, let's go steady, pretty little girl, 'cause I'm ready, pretty little girl, let's go steady now. Pretty little girl, let's go steady, pretty little girl, 'cause I'm ready, pretty little girl, let's go steady now.
As going out to Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room. You can't really, that's like a classic record, really. The Monarchs there from January 1956 on the Neil record label, Pretty Little Girl. And for you collectors out there, the first presses of that really need to have this. I'm trying to look. I must have about 10 copies of this record. And I'm looking at the Neil logo because the first press has a real small, I think this is the first press, because check the second one, Always Be Faithful. The Neil is really big. It's got a big Neil logo there because that is the second press for that record. And I think the masters of this, it was reissued by Morty Kraft on Melba after he purchased the masters from Jack Angel. But that one there, January 56, the Monarchs, a great tune, Pretty Little Girl, their first on Neil. Let's continue here. We are in 1956, filling a request for Tom Shaughnessy. We go to Detroit, Michigan. I actually have a couple records by this group coming up later in the show. But Tom asked if I could play their 7th release on Devorah Brown's Fortune Fortune label. So we go back to October 1956. Give a listen to Nolan Strong and the Diablos on the Fortune label. This is going out to Tom. It's called A Teardrop from Heaven.
I knew heaven had spoken. I started to pray, and I felt my love's presence, though she's far away. Just a teardrop from heaven on a sunny day. A teardrop from heaven has shown me the way. Maybe I sinned and the Lord told me so. With a teardrop from heaven, from an angel, I know I loved her so dearly. I cried when she left. I had no faith in a life after death. What else could it be but a teardrop from eternity? A teardrop from heaven, from an angel weeping for me, weeping for me.
That's going out to Tom Shaughnessy there, the great Nolan Strong, and the Diablos on the Fortune label. This is, I think this comes blue. I don't know if this comes other colors. Got to check the books there, because I got multiple copies of a lot of these things on brown and blue and orange and pink and all these different colors. Anyway, it's October 56. That's their 7th release. Nolan Strong and the Diablos, A Teardrop from Heaven. I think they had about 22 releases, 21 or 22 releases on Fortune Records. They will return later in the show. We are in 1956. Let's head out to the West Coast here. This is a request for Sugar Bear Sterling. And I was holding this back, Sugar Bear, because I played it not too long ago. But listen, you never get tired of this song. At least I never do. The group included Jody Jefferson, Delmar Wilburn, Alex Hodge, and his brother and lead singer Gaynell Hodge. And they were called the Turks here. I think just for this one, John Dolphin said, we can't really call you the Hollywood Flames. We got to call you another name. We'll call you the Turks. And this is on John Dolphin's Money record label with Ernie Freeman and the orchestra. This is going out to Sugar Bear Sterling in our YouTube chat room, February 56, The Turks on Money. It's called I'm a Fool.
I'm a fool. I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Because I love you. I love you. Darling, I'm a fool. I can't stop loving you. my loved one, my angel. I love you right from the start. I'll never, never love anyone but you. You belong in my heart. You know I love you so. I want you to know I'll never let you go. Never let you go. My darling, my loved one, my angel. Yes, I love you right from the start. I'll never love anyone but you. You belong in my heart. You know I love you so. I want you to know I'll never let you go. Never let you go.
Sound of California here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, going out to Sugar Bear Sterling. Those are the Turks, Gaynell Hodge and the Turks, February 1956. On John Dolphin's Money record label, I'm a Fool. Johnny G's a Fool. I must have bought about 6 copies before I found a clean copy that didn't play with any surface noise. I guess because a lot of people bought that 45 when it came out, and and I didn't spend a lot of money on the record at all, but I just didn't like the surface. Same thing with some of the flares and some of the RPMs. By the jacks. I try to find cleaner copies of stuff that I've had in my collection I guess if you play it on a crappy machine. Well, these aren't crappy machines, but you have to have the right equipment. So if you're going to play with a steel needle, of course, you don't care. But I just don't like that surface noise as I babble on here. Let's continue here. And speaking of Sterling, last week he requested the Inspirations out of Philadelphia on the Jamie label and their song called Dry Your Eyes. And it was listeners Darrell Letts and Nick Nicola and Big Dave Swinger said, Johnny G, you got to flip the 45 over. So we're going to send it out to those guys. November 1956. These are the Inspirations on the Jamie label, the black and silver print Jamie label for you collectors out there for the first press. Going out to Nick, Darrell, and Big Dave. The song is called Goodbye.
Goodbye, 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 goodbye.
That's what you told me that night. Oh, darling, you found a new love one, but what can my boy do? Tell me what can I do? You say goodbye. That's what you told me that night. Oh, darling, you found a new love one, but what can my boy do? Well, when I asked you where you were going, you said that you didn't know. But I knew just where you were going. We're right down the hall next door. Well, that's what you told me that night. Oh, darling, you found a new love one, but what can my boy do? When I asked you where you were going, you said
Yeah. Sorry about that, folks. I didn't get caught here anyway. Anyway, there you go there. Now those are the inspirations out of Philadelphia on the Jamie label, November 1956, going out to Darrell Letts, Nick Nicola, and Big Dave Swinger. Song entitled Goodbye. It's not goodbye yet. Not at all, but for you collectors out there, Evan says he's got a copy of that on the all-black Jamie record label. The white, there's the white vertical label. That was the second release, came out in March of 1962, probably with the Times Square Records and whatnot. That's probably the record you would get if you went to buy it back then. But they gave it a whole new number, a catalog number to put it out in the rotation. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Hope you're digging on the tunes. Those of you watching me on the YouTube, we'll get to the oldies and more crowd when we do the overtime beginning at midnight tonight. But we start at 9 o'clock here. Tell your friends about it. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to the YouTube channel and click the bell to get notifications. Be sure to click the thumbs up here as YouTube does take note of it. And I think, I don't know, what did I have, 179,000 hours or something of shows watched there. I did a test show on earlier in the week, and they blocked that video for two records I played. It wasn't really a group harmony show. I played a Cliff Richards record that they blocked it in UK and the US and I think in Germany, I think. And then they said the other record that I played, it was Be My Baby by Jody Miller. And I only played like 30 seconds. So they said it was banned in Russia. I said, okay, there's no big deal. So then when I'm waiting for this video to pop up again, this test show, it didn't come up. And I'm like, what happened? And it said because of that Be My Baby, nobody could see it. I don't know the rules here. You see, I have to abide by their rules. So if you're asking me for Elvis Presley, I can't play Elvis Presley. They're gonna nag me. They're gonna tag me on that. I don't want to turn out like Brian does with his videos there. I don't want to get aborted from YouTube. But anyway, I hope you're digging on the cool tunes here. We are 1956 now. On last week's show, I featured Little Clyde and the Teens on the RPM record label. It was a request for Tom Shaughnessy. He requested the song Uh-Oh, and it was listeners Darrell Letts and Nick Nicola. They say, Johnny G, can you flip this over? And we will do that right now. And it's a cover song originally done by the 16's in March of 1956. I'm sure everybody knows the song A Casual Look, but this one released 2 months later in May of 56 by this group, Little Clyde, who's really Little Clyde King. She's the lead singer here. She was discovered by Richard Berry, by the way. Little Clyde and the Teens on RPM Records. This is for Darrell and Nick from May 56 and their rendition of the tune, A Casual Look.
Doop 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 doop.
All casual look, a little need can reveal just what you think. Don't be shy. Don't even sigh, for you are my guy. You are my guy. Oh, soldier boy, when you proposed, I said no. Your face is posed. You know I love you, but I'm so young. Can marry no one. Can marry no one. No.
Darling, can't you see that I'm going overseas for 2, 3, 4 years? Don't know how long it will be. So hear my plea and come marry me before it's too
Cover tunes here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That plays nice, that copy. I like how the RPM's playing like that. Those are Little Clyde and the Teens there from May 56 on RPM Records. Their rendition of the tune, A Casual Look, for Daryl and Nick Nicola. Let's stay in 1956 with a request for Daniel Kubacki. And actually for the last few weeks, Daniel has been requesting this great group out of Gary, Indiana. 2 weeks ago, he requested the group's 8th release of Vivian Carter's VJ record, a song called Dear Heart. Last week, Daniel requested their 9th release on VJ Records, Baby Come Along With Me. And this week, Daniel requested their next release, their 10th release, 10 of 21, on the VJ record label, and it's a nice cover of this Buddy Johnson penned tune, and it features Pookie Hudson on lead and Will Jackson on the echo. We go back to July 1956 for the Spaniels on the VJ label. This is going out to Daniel, their rendition of the tune Since I Fell For You. Wait, I hate that here. See this here? Let's... There you go.
My happy home,
you made me leave, yes,
you
my happy
took my
home.
love and now you're gone.
Took my love and now you're gone.
Since I fell for you,
since yes, I felt for you.
Oh, love,
yes, it's love
brings such misery.
Love bring misery.
I know I'll never feel the same.
I'll never know, I'll never feel the same.
Fell for you.
Since I felt for you.
It's too bad.
Yes, it's too bad.
And it's too sad.
Yes, it's too sad.
Baby, I'm in love with you. Well, you love me.
Say that you love me.
You snub me.
How you snub me.
Baby, what can I do? I still love you. Oh, I guess I'll never see light.
No, I'll never see the light.
I get those blues about every night.
I get the blues about, yes, every night.
I fell for you. Well, it's too bad, and it's too sad. Baby, I'm in love with you. Well, you love me.
Said that you love me.
You snub me.
How you snub me.
Baby, what can I do? I still love you.
Yes,
I'll never see the light.
Never know, I'll never see the
get
light.
those blues about every
I
night.
get the blues about every night.
Since I fell for you.
I fell for you. I fell for you.
Those are the great Spaniels there. Spaniels going out to Daniel Kubacki. That is Pookie Hudson and Will Jackson there, July 1956 on the VJ record label. I love the way the promos are on the VJ label, especially if they're West Coast presses. Or I mean, let's put it this way. I would prefer the VJ promos, and then I prefer the Monarch presses out in California for Chess, VJ. I don't really like Gone and End. I hate those like single lines. It kind of like my 5 Debonaires. I have like a VG 5 Debonaires on Herald, but I have a nice copy on the West Coast press. So if I was selling, I would probably want to get rid of that one. But I like certain VJ, Chess, Checkers. They're great on the West Coast presses. Anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue here. And have a request for Sugar Bear Sterling here. A last-minute request for him. He requested the Dungaree Dolls on the Rego label. That's a rare girl group record. Now, Ferdy Gonzalez, the late Ferdy Gonzalez, creator of the Disco File, claims that this group also recorded as the Dolls on the Teenage label. Now, this is the intended A-side of the 45. Normally, collectors and myself, we play the flip side of this called Boy of My Dreams. But this is the intended A-side here, which I've played this also. I've played this before too. So let's send it out to Sugar Bear Sterling in our YouTube chat room from July 1956. These are the Dungaree Darlings on the Rego record label, and the song is called Little Wallflower.
I know they're whispering about me. I don't care what they say about me. I'll sing while they talk about me. They're calling me little wallflower, while all the other girls are dancing. You find me dreaming of romancing. I can see from the way they're glancing. They're calling me little wallflower. No boy has a chance with me. I won't let them dance with me. I would rather just sit here alone. The fellas all wonder why I let every dance go by. But I have reasons of my own. I'll keep my promise to you, Johnny. I'll dance with no one but you, Johnny. So hurry, hurry to the party. Then I won't be little wallflower anymore, anymore. Won't be little wallflower anymore.
What are they whispering about there at the end of the record? Anyway, that's July 1956. The Dungaree Dolls going out to Sterling in our YouTube chat room. Rego Records, Little Wallflower is the name of the two. Now, 1959, this record was re-released on the Karen label as... I'm sorry, the Dungaree Darlings. Yeah, so that's the difference there. On the Rego release, it's the Dungaree Dolls. On the Karen release, it's the Dungaree Darlings. And I looked in the book, I said, Marvin, that record sells for that much, that reissue on the Karen label? Because I do have it. I don't think I paid a lot of money for my copy. I think I paid $6 for that record a long, long time ago. But this one is really hard to find on the original Rego label. Let's continue here on the Vinyltreasure Show. Up next, actually a request for 2 listeners. It's not it's not rare that I get two listeners making the same request for a record, at least, but maybe not on the same show. But that happened with my number one California listener, Matey Campboy, and also for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. They both requested this group from Cincinnati, Ohio, and always a favorite here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. And this one written by Henry Glover, who at the time was the A&R man for Sid Nathan's King Deluxe Empire, I think through 1958, if I'm not mistaken. But the lead singer here, of course, is the great Otis Williams, and it's the group's 22nd release on Deluxe. So this is going out to Matey Campboy and Timothy. Timothy is in our YouTube. Maybe Matey is, but if not, she will hear it on the archive. December 1956, The Charms on Deluxe. It's called Pardon Me.
Do 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 do.
I was the fool who said goodbye, but I was the first to cry. Pardon me, I was wrong. Wrong.
That's the great sound of Otis Williams and his Charms. February 1957 release. No, I'm sorry, December 1956 release. Yeah, you can get me on that, Sterling, now. December 1956 release, Otis Williams and his Charms on Deluxe Records by request from Matey Campboy, who's in our YouTube chat room, and Timothy is also in the chat room. Song entitled Pardon Me. Well, how about a twin spin on the Charms? And this is a request actually for Matey Campboy. This song was not available on a 45 not till 1974, when actually not until 1974. I think was it Tom Trabosky? I think that was his name. I think it was out of Long Island. His label was called Owl Records, and he would reissue a lot of songs that were on LPs, and they didn't make it to 45. So he has a whole slew of and it was actually cool because he would color the labels as what the original label would have been. Like this This Owl release is on the black label. It would have been deluxe with silver print. So he was pretty cool doing that. But anyway, this was not available on a 45. It was on a deluxe LP that came out in February 57. It was called Otis Williams and His Charms Sing Their All-Time Hits. So this really wasn't a hit for Otis Williams and His Charms. It was a hit for Frankie Lyman on Roulette. This tune written by Richard Barrett, issued by Frankie Lyman on the Roulette label. But they do a nice version of this, and it was a request for Matey Campboy. So let's go back to February 57, although this record came out in 74. This is on the Owl label, Otis Williams and His Charms. The name of the tune is Creation of Love. This is for Matey.
We met at a dance, walked hand in hand into the night in our wonderland. I know that's the creation of love. We kissed once or twice, then our hearts danced into the night. I know that's the creation of love. Someday we'll walk down the aisle. We'll be wearing a smile. Some people will sing and others will cry, as we say we do to the day we die. I love you and you love me. Think how happy we will be. I know that's the creation of love. Someday we'll walk down the aisle. We'll be wearing a smile. Some people will sing and others will cry, as we say we do till the day we die. I love you and you love me. Think how happy we will be. I know that's the creation of love.
There you go. That's going out to Matey Campboy there. Those are the Charms, Otis Williams and His Charms, February 57 release off an LP. Off an LP, a tune written by Richard Barrett. Who else did this record besides Frankie Lyman? And that one there, Creation of Love, is the name of the tune. Let's continue here on the Vinyltreasure Show. Let's go to Detroit, Michigan, with this request for Rick in Philly by Little Sammy Ward. So, Rick, when you sent me this email, because I had the record, so Rick says, Johnny G, can you play Little Sammy Ward, Begging for Love? So I was like, okay. So I sent it to Charlene, and I start to pull out these records. I got to go through like 200 boxes of 45's to find them in alphabetical order. So I said, well, I wouldn't file it under Little Sammy Ward. I would have to file it under Ward, and not to mix him up with the Motown guy, which was a swinging is it Swingin' Sammy Ward? He's somebody completely different, but it would be there. So I'm looking and it's not there. I said, wait a minute. I played this record about 2 years ago, so it's got to be here. I know I cleaned it. So I'm looking. I said, let me go back to the label. So I go back and I look at the label and I see, oh, Little Sammy Ward with the Alley Cats, because with their other record, the Alley Cats get the top billing. But on this record, it's Little Sammy Ward. So I'm telling you, I was not a happy camper because I looked through about 2,000 records that I have to file back in my boxes, records that I've played. And I was not happy with that because it takes me the longest to find records that have not been put back in their right place. But anyway, I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming you, Rick and Philly. But anyway, we go to Detroit now for this request for Rick and Philly for Little Sammy Ward with the Alley Cats and Kitty, along with Sax Carey and his orchestra. And according to Marvin Pod, the group in the background here are the Doves, and I take it that's the same Doves that backed up Cliff Butler on the States record label. That's a good tune. I have that record also. But this is on the PC label, which is Personal Choice Recording. No need to be sorry, Rick. I'm just telling the story. And this is from 1957. We're going to send it out to Rick and Philly. Little Sammy Ward and the Alley Cats and Kitty with the uncredited Doves, or they're the Alley Cats possibly, on PC Records. It's called Begging for Love. For Rick.
Sometimes I wonder, do you ever think of me? Sometimes I wonder, do you ever think of me? And do you ever wish things would be like they used to be? Every time I hear that cannonball blowing down the track, every time I hear that cannonball blowing down the track, I think about you, baby, and I feel like coming back.
That's going out to Rick and Philly there. Cool shouter there by Little Sammy Ward with the Alley Cats and Kitty, 1957 release on the PC record label. Beginning for... Did I say that right? Yeah, Beginning for Love is the name of the tune. And that's this little Sammy Ward, not to be confused with the Motown singing Sammy Ward. What did I say? Swinging? Tell you that. That's only having 4 hours sleep. That's what that means. Anyway, let's continue. Here we are, 1957. Now, on last week's Vinyl Treasure show, I played a request for listener Joe Shacatano. He requested the 5 Chances on Sid Nathan's Federal record label. It was called My Days Are Blue, and was listener Daryl Letts told Johnny G, can you play the flip side of that? Which, in my opinion, is also an excellent tune, and as many of their other recordings are. And I'm talking about the 5 Chances here. This one from July 1957 features Johnny Jones on lead. This is on Sid Nathan's Federal record label. Going out to Daryl, the 5 Chances with Tell Me Why.
Smile, not even a sigh. But darling, please tell me why. Oh, you left me, didn't even say goodbye. Write me a letter and explain why. Darling, please tell me why. Well, now, darling, you know how I love you. Do you? My heart, I bring this, but the way that you mistreated me. Oh, it's a long shame. But darling, please tell me why. Oh, darling, you know I love you. To you, my heart I bring. But the way that you mistreated me, darling,
it's a low down, dirty shame. Yeah. Please tell me why.
That's going out to Daryl Letts there. Those are the great lost my place. The 5 Chances there, July 1957, on the Federal record label. Tell Me Why is the name of the tune. I was going to say that was their last record, but there actually is one more record on the PS label, but it's not in the 1950s. It's like in the 60s. So I normally would have said that was the group's last record. I remember I was talking to Seymour Simon when he was selling his collection at the time, and he called me and he says, Johnny, you have to get that record. It's a great 2-sided 45. It's like a classic record. Of course, I didn't know at the time. And of course, we're talking a long time ago. And he used to tell me some cool stories. He used to go out to the West Coast to Ray Dobard's store. And there were girls at the counter there, and he'd say, do you have any old records? Can you go down in the basement and pull out some old records, and I'll pay you for them? I mean, that's a cool thing to do. That's what I would have done. Anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue, and we are in 1957. Now, on the March 19th, 2022 show, I opened up the vocal portion with this group from Brooklyn. They were called the Chalets. Their only release that came out on the True Light record label out of New York City. The song was called Fat Mommy-O. And how about we finally give a listen to the flip side before I file it back down in the no humidity basement. It features Willie Kalia. Willie Kalia, he's the lead singer on this, from 1957. These are the Chalets on the True Light label. The song is called Who's Laughing?
Who's laughing?
Who's laughing?
Who's crying?
Who's crying?
Who's
lonesome and blue?
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. The Chalets there, 1957 on the True Light record label. Who's Laughing? The flip side of Fat Mommy-O. Not really an easy record to find. Clean, that is. You can get the I don't know, the Dash 101 one that came out, I think, in 63 or whatever. You can get that reissue. You can get it on Music Core or Music Note. Put it out with the honking where they blur out the liquor store and all that. So you can get those, but it's hard to get the original on that. It is. Let's continue here. We are 1957, and we stay in New York City. This time, Juggy Murray's Sue record label. This is a request for listener Mnon. It's a B-side to the debut single by the Matadors. Actually, it also kicked off the label Sue Records, and just came in my mind. Check your copy of this. I have two different copies. One has 45 RPM on the label, the other one does not. So I don't know what's up with that. But anyway, it's a cover song. This was first recorded by Bing Crosby back in 1936. And many of you are probably familiar with the Skylines version of this. But let's give a listen to this cover version as done by the Matadors. It features Johnny Garfield on lead. This is from March 57, the Matadors on the Sue label. This is going out to Mnon, their rendition of Pennies from Heaven.
Every time it rains, pennies from heaven. Don't you know each cloud contains pennies from heaven? for a package of sunshine and flowers. If you want the things you love, you must have showers. So when you hear it thunder, don't run under a tree. There'll be pennies from heaven for you and me. So when you hear it thunder, don't run under a tree. There'll be pennies from heaven for you and me.
Cover tunes here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. The Matadors there. Johnny Garfield and the Matadors, March 1957. That's going out to Amnon. Pennies from Heaven. Nice cover they do on the Sue record label. I love Vengeance. Johnny G loves Vengeance. I don't mean the song, that is, but so stay tuned for that for next week. Let's continue now, and here's a request for Tom Shaughnessy. It's a kiddie lead here for this group out of Manhattan. I think I saw somebody, they called it Gangster Doo-Wop. I mean, are you kidding me? Gangster doo-wop, but it's a definitely kiddie lead doo-wop if you want to call it that, and they're called the Val Chords. Came out on the Game Time record label. It features Tommy Drumgoole on lead. It actually mentions that on the label, as it mentions also that Raymond Brown is the bass for the group. So this is the original version of this with the thick and thin lines, which is kind of hard to find. It's from September 1957, the Val Chords on Game Time. This is going out to Tom Shaughnessy. This is the ballad side. It's called You're Laughing at Me.
Oh, oh.
You're laughing at me.
Oh, oh.
How can this be? You're laughing at me. How can this be? Your love wasn't true. Tell me, what did I do? You're breaking my heart. I tell
dead air here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. There you go. That is I Lost My Place. The Val Chords there. The Val Chords with Tommy Drumgoole on lead. September 1957 release on the Game Time label. You're Laughing at Me. And they said that the Exploits also do that record. But this is from September 57. That Bobby and the Exploits, that's on Fargo. That is that label released later. I don't think that record is from 57. I think it's later. As we continue here. Now back to Brooklyn we go with another flip side from last week. Played the Travelers out of Brooklyn, New York for Matey Campway, a song called Betty Jean. And listener Marvin Pod requested the flip side. I was going to play it anyway, but it's nice if you guys request it too, you know. And it was written by lead singer Frank Lopez, a.k.a. Frenchy Concepcion, who previously sang with the Wrens. And this is from August 57. We send it out to Marvin Pod, the Travelers, on the Atlas record label, and their tune called Lenora.
Da 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 dum ba da dum ba da dum ba da do da 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 dum ba da dum Boom 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 da da da
Lenora, your dark eyes are shining. In the night I am finding sweet love for you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lenora, I really love you so. I'll never let you go, 'cause you're mine, Lenora.
Boom 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 boom.
On the night that we parted, well, love was meant to be, and now I'm broken hearted. Why can't you sing to listen to me, oh Lenora? I really love you so. I'll never let you go. Never forget Lenora.
Dum ba da dum ba da dum ba da do da 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 do.
They're called the Travelers. Travelers from August 57 on the Atlas record label, Thomas Robinson's Atlas Records. Song entitled Lenora. That's the record I used to hear on oldies radio when I was learning about the music. I never really knew anything about that group. I think I got the best of Atlas on Relic Records, that LP. Those LPs were actually pretty cool. And I don't know who did the writing credits. Don Folletti, maybe, a bunch of the guys that owned the Relic label. I forget the other guy's name. Anyway, we continue here. We are in 1957. Here's a request for Ronnie Sherman. It's a female duet. This is their second of two. Came out on the Jupiter label, Jupiter Records out of New York City. Still looking for their first release, but they are Fran and Flo. And that's all the information I know about it. Fran and Flo, by request for listener Ronnie Sherman, July 57. It's called You Walked Out the Door for Ronnie.
I toss and turn, I can't what did we have to fight? We had a quarrel. You walked out the door forevermore. Can't stop my heart from calling your name. It's driving me insane. Can't help it, darling. No matter what I do. I was smoking and heartbroken. Things were going so right. What did we have to fight? We had a quarrel. You walked out the door, out the door forevermore. Out the door forevermore. Out the door.
That's going out to listener, that's going out to listener Ronnie Sherman. Ronnie Sherman, thank you for requesting that female duet, Fran and Flo from July 57 on the Jupiter label. You Walked Out the Door is the name of the tune. Maybe Johnny G should walk out the door as we continue here. It's 1957 here in our little cluster. Here's a request for listener Emnon. This group is called The Rivals. They were formed by Alfred Gatewood, who was previously a member of the Cufflinks that recorded for the Dutone label. It was on Guided Missiles, which I like that record, Guided Missiles. And he formed that group while he was stationed in Sacramento, California Air Force Base. Then he was transferred to McGuire Air Force Base in New Jersey and formed this group. And when Philly disc jockey Kay Williams heard them perform, he signed them to, I guess, his one-off label, this Darrell label, which he owned. And this is by request for Emnon, 1957. These are The Rivals on the Darrell label. Darrell, you should have requested this. It's called I Must See You Again.
I must see you again.
See
As by request for Amnon there, those are the Rivals from 1957 on the Darrell record label, I Must See You Again. And, of course, that record covered in 1961 by the Vines on the CJ record label. I have that also. You have to be careful with this record because it's not the small print, Big Dave. It's the thickness of the vinyl because they used the same, maybe the paper's a little lighter because I have a copy of it. It just looks a little different. It's different. It's more of like a shiny label, and it's more like a pale yellow, but it's much thicker. And you can tell the vinyl, it doesn't have the rounded edges. So you have to be careful of that record. There was an abundance of the second presses around. So people kind of get mixed up. Same thing like that Uniques record on Dynamic. That was another that somebody had original stampers and labels and put them out, so they made it very difficult to tell the difference, but you can tell. You have to compare the two. You'd have to have two to compare. That's the only way you can do it. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Hope you're digging on the tunes here. We are in the year 1957. We go back to Chicago now for Sugar Bear Sterling request on Vivian Carter's, actually it's a VJ subsidiary, it's Falcon Records, for a group called the Falcons. They were named after the label, and the tune co-written by the lead singer of this group, his name is Paul Jackson. It's a great two-sided 45. We're going to give a listen to the up-tempo side this week, as requested by Sugar Bear Sterling, November 57, the Falcons on the Falcon label. It's called My Only Love. This is for Sterling.
You're my only love.
As going out to Sugar Bear Sterling, the Falcons, from November 1957. Paul Jackson, the lead singer on that. My Only Love is the name of that tune, and the group would later record as the Lyrics, as you mentioned, Reed, on the VJ record label. And this song covered 1962, I think on Ditto Records. I think it also might have come out on Chess, if I'm not mistaken, as the C-Quins. The C-Quins also recorded that tune. And I have to agree with you, Marvin. I've seen the promo copies. I have a stock copy also on the Black Falcon. Again, with records like that, you're going to think that the stock copy is is probably rare, and I'm trying to think how mine plays, because I just like the VJ promos, or the promos of these 45s for some reason. Let's continue now. We are in 1958 now, and last week I played a request for Sterling by the Velours. They're a great group out of Brooklyn, New York. Their fifth release on Jerry Winston's Onyx label. It was called Can I Walk You Home? It was listener Darrell Letts asked Johnny G to flip the 45 over, which charted nationally. It was only number 83 on the Billboard Hot 100, but still a great two-sided 45. It features Jerome Ramos on lead with Sammy Lowe and the orchestra. We go back to March 1958. These are the Velours. They're going out to Darrell Letts on Onyx. It's called... No, I'm sorry. I messed up. I messed up. Thank you. I messed up again. Now this is a big mess up, Sterling, because I missed Joe Shacatano's request. But this is a group from Brooklyn. What did I say? At least I got that right. This is a request for Joe Shacatano. This group is out of Brooklyn, New York. They recorded 2 for the Choral label. It was funny. I was listening to Cool Bobby B the other night. I was driving home. It was 6 o'clock or something. I was shopping. It was late. It was 6 o'clock, and Cool Bobby B came on, and he played the flip side of this record. Of course, he didn't say anything about the group. I don't even think he gave the year. He just played it. Anybody could do that, really. But anyway, the group is out of Brooklyn, New York. They recorded 2 for the Choral label. This is their second on Choral with Danny Zipfel. Danny Zipfel on lead. It's from June 58. Give a listen to the Bebops. The Bebops on Choral. It's called My Darling, My Sweet. For Joe.
You're refreshing as the dew is to a rose. I could crush you every time I hold you close. Oh, how I adore you from your head down to your toes, my darling, my sweet. You're enchanting. No one thrills me like you do. You're my heaven. All my happiness is you. Oh, how I'm confessing I am nothing without you, my darling, my sweet. All my happiness depends on you. You're the answer to my prayer. You can make my life a paradise if you'd only say that you can make me happy. Say that you'll be mine alone. You're so precious. You're a treasure that I own. Believe me, my dear one, such a love I've never known. Believe me, my dear one, such a love I've never known.
As by request for Joe Shacatano there, those are the Bebops. The Bebops from June 58 on the Choral label, My Darling, My Sweet. I think this song is called Refreshing. Not this title. The other song is called Refreshing. I think, is it The Holidays? I know it's a black label because I have 2 copies of it. But anyway, that one there with Danny Zipfel on lead, which, by the way, he had solo releases also, I think on, was it on MGM, I think? Possibly. But Their first release is called Joni Back with Follow the Rock. That's a great two-sided 45. Or maybe that was what he played, Follow the Rock. See, Johnny G losing his mind tonight. It's the heat. It's the heat, and I didn't sell my Cadillac. That's the other thing. Let's continue here. Now let's go to the played a request for Sterling last week by the Velours out of Brooklyn, their fifth on Jerry Winston's Onyx record, Can I Walk You Home? And it was Daryl that asked for the flip side here, so let's just play it here. I already announced it. March 1958, the great Velours, another great two-sided 45 on the Onyx label. This was the A-side. It was called Remember.
To feel your hand in mine would make me feel divine. Hold you ever so tight, my sweet, would make my life complete. Remember how we would never part. This you promise from the start. Do you remember?
Going out to Daryl Letts there, the great Velours, Jerome Ramos and the Velours from March 1958 on the Onyx label. Song entitled Remember. Now, you may have this record in many different ways. Of course, ideally, you want to get this, I would guess, on Onyx, probably on the white promo. Then you'd go to the orange and black Onyx. Then there's the green and black Onyx. That means that record was pressed by MGM Records, because what happened was Jerry Winston went on to become, I think, A&R, head of their new label that they started, which was Orbit Records. And he sold all the masters to MGM, and they released, I think this came out definitely on the Orbit label. I think it's on a green, or one is promo, which is green, and the other one is red, which I think is the stock. And I even think it came out on Cub, and that's the one I don't have. I'm sure, if anybody has seen this song, Remember, on Cub, that would be interesting. I'd say probably the rarest of them all. Anyway, as we babble on here, let's continue. Here we are in 1958. Here's a request for Nick Nicola for this group out of Baltimore, Maryland. First started recording back for the Jax label as Bobby Hall and the Kings. I think it was Bobby Hall and the Four Kings. And then they also recorded as the Ramblers on MGM. You gotta, if you have a book, you gotta put see this, see that, see this. It's too confusing sometimes. But then they switched back to the Kings with releases on a bunch of different labels. Now, Nick requested this one on the J-Lo, J-A-L-O label, which I don't know if George Goldner or owned this label, but it's definitely his Matrix number because some of the records he just distributed, but it was recorded. It's got his Matrix number, so I call these one-offs with George and probably some disc jockey or some favor that he ordered. He had to give to somebody. We're not going to talk about that. But the tune written by the lead singer, co-written by the lead singer, Adolphus Holcomb is his name. This is from June 58. These are the Kings going out to Nick Nicola on the J-Lo label. It's called Angel. Going out to Nick Nicola there. Those are the Kings there, June 1958 on the J-Lo record label. Song entitled Angel. I'm going to tell you, I think the red vinyls are not the true originals, to be honest with you. I think those are records that were pressed up that Times Square Records put out. That's my opinion of it, really. This is like a really thick press, and I mean, a lot of the people that I know do have the red vinyl on it, and maybe it was available then, and so people prefer the red vinyl versus it being, who am I to say? I don't know. I just can tell you that I don't see many black vinyl copies of this 45. But anyways, for Nick Nicola there, the Kings from June 58 on the J-Lo label. Adolphus Holcomb, the lead singer there, a song entitled Angel. Of course, in 1963, he would record as Little Hooks and the Kings. And what is that song? Count Your Blessings he does, which I have on 2 labels, by the way. Forget the labels. There's so many records here. Anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in 1958. Finally found your 45. Mike Sape, as I knew I had this. It's just that where the hell did I put it? But it was still down in the no humidity basement. But I finally located this. This is on Scepter. This is an early Scepter release, like Scepter 1201. You know, the white label Scepter. And I have no info on this artist. I mean, it's almost like rockabilly group, kind of, we'll call it. It's because I collected the labels, so I collected thousands of labels. So when they were offering me the records on these labels, when it was a missing number, I just purchased it as long as it wasn't $5,000. If it was something like somewhere between $1 to, I would guess, I would go up as high as $300 or $500 on guessing records without hearing them. That's kind of a little risky thing, but I've made some great finds that way, and I made a couple of mistakes, but mostly good selections. But anyway, this wasn't an expensive record at all for me, but it's a request for Michael Sape from November 58. It's Don Crawford and the Escorts. He co-wrote this tune. This is on Scepter Records. We'll just play it. It's going out to Mike Sape. It's called Why?
Oh, tell me why did it happen to me? Why couldn't I step free? I should've listened and I should've learned. Play with fire and you're gonna get burned. Oh, well, she passed me by and she threw me a smile. She knocked me off of my feet. Oh, well, before I could move, she blew me a kiss, telling you, baby, you didn't miss. So tell me why did it happen to me? Why couldn't I stay free? I should've listened and I should've learned. Play with fire and you're gonna get burned. Well, she took my hand and she led me to bed. We got married that very next day. It happened so fast I didn't have a chance. Must have put me, baby, right into a trance. So tell me why did it happen to me? Why couldn't I step free? I should've listened and I should've learned. Play with fire and you're gonna get burned. Play with fire and you're gonna get burned. Play with fire and you're gonna get burned.
There you go. That's Scepter 1201 on the Scepter record label, going out to Mike Sape. November 58, Don Crawford and the Escorts. The name of the group, it's called Why? Anyway, let's continue here in 1958. We go back to Philadelphia, PA. Daniel, did you ask me what number I was on? I was on record number 33. We go out to Philadelphia, PA with this request for listener Emnon. This group first recorded for the Mark X record label. They do a great tune called Again. Then this was I think this was their next release, came out on the Coralie label. This is like another George Goldner Matrix number, although, you know, these really can't be all his records, you know, so he's like helping. He's like a silent partner almost in the background for these guys that wanted to do these one-off labels. The tune written by Billy Dawn Smith and Larry Harrison, and the lead singer on this is Roosevelt Simmons. These are the Universals from February 58 on the Coralie label. This is for Emnon. The song is called The Picture.
Kisses in
great record, but it's got some kind of defect in that record. I gotta put a I don't think it's anything in the groove, because this record is mint. It's like something fell when they pressed this thing. Something must have like fell on it when they pressed it in, and it's got like, because it did something kind of to the label too. It's kind of weird, but I forget where I got this. It might have been Tefteller that I won this in an auction, one of his auctions a long time ago. The Universal's there, February 58 release on the Coralie label, The Picture. A nice record that is. That's by request for Amnon, and Roosevelt Simmons, the lead singer on that. We continue now. We go to the Bronx, New York, and a request for Joe Shacatano. We opened up tonight's vocal portion with this group's debut single on the Acme record label. It was called Franny Franny, released in December of 57. This one came out in October of 58, their first of 4 on Murray Jacobs' Recourt label, and this is by request for Joe Shacatano. This one charted number 27 on WBNY out of Buffalo, New York. Again, Antonio Aiello, the lead singer. They are now Nino and the Ebb Tides from October 58. Recourt Records for Joe Shacatano. It's called Puppy Love. See, that didn't line up right because I don't back cue.
Puppy love. I went to London town, it's wet, to find my puppy love. Chinatown, it's dark, but still no puppy love. All around the town there ain't no puppy love to be found. To be found all around. Sail the 7 seas with the wind blowing in my face. Can't imagine what I told that chick to make her run away. Oh, will I ever see the girl I need so desperately? Puppy love. Oh, will I ever see my puppy love? Oh, now I'm back at home again, weary from my travels far. Said hello to mom and dad, hopped into my brand new car. Then to my surprise I saw my lover at the candy store. Oh, will I'm never gonna roam no more. Oh, will I at the candy store. Oh, will I'm never gonna roam no more.
That's the first of 4 on Recourt by request for Joe Shacatano, Nino and the Ebb Tides. October 58 release, Puppy Love is the name of the tune. I need one record by them, and it's that special kind of Christmas 45 that they do. That's the only one I'm missing by Nino and the Ebb Tides. I have all their others on all their other kind of other labels that they recorded on. But anyway, let's continue here. We are in 1958. I told you we're going to go back to Detroit, Michigan, as we heard earlier this group's 7th release on Devorah Brown's Fortune label. And earlier in the show was Tom Shaughnessy requested the October 56 release by the Diablos, A Teardrop from Heaven. Now, Amnon requested their 9th release on the Fortune label, written by the lead singer, Nolan Strong. This is from July 58. Nolan Strong and the Diablos return on the Fortune label. The song is called For Old Time's Sake. This is for Tom Shaughnessy.
It's too bad we had to break up. Can we try again? And darling, make up. Can we talk it over again? Darling, for old time's sake. It's never too late to make amends. I'm gonna love you until the end. If you love me, say you give in for old time's sake. It makes no difference who was to blame that we drifted apart. Isn't that a shame? We're just two foolish people acting crazy and strange, with everything to lose and not a thing to gain. We'll always be more than friends. I'm gonna love you until the end. If you love me, say you give in for old time's sake. It's never too late to make amends. I'm gonna love you until the end. If you love me, say you give in for old time's
As Nolan Strong and the Diablos going out to Amnon for that one, July 58. For Old Time's Sake, that one there on the Fortune label. And some of these Fortunes play excellent. Others play so crappy. They do. I'm telling you, it's it's the vinyl, this recycled vinyl. It is no good. It is not. Let's continue here. 1958. Here's a request from my number one California listener, Matey Campboy, and I have no info on this group. It's kind of weird. I should have checked the copyright at least to find sometimes it's not that easy even to find the copyright information. You can at least find the writers, and then you can kind of dig into it that way to see if you can find possibly maybe a lead singer, maybe somehow you can tie it out. That's what I do, but it takes time to do that, and I don't always have the time. And I know Charlene, she helps me as best she can with all that, and I couldn't really do the show without Charlene, so she is a big help for Johnny G. But they have this lone release on Al Silver's Herald label, I like both sides of this record, but anyway, Matey requested this side from September 58. These are the Smart Tones on the Herald label, and the song is called Bobolink. This is for Matey. Going out to Matey Campboy. Great tune there by the Smart Tones. September 1958 release on the Herald record label, song entitled Bobolink. When I used to hear on collector radio when I was tuning in, learning about the music. We move into 1959 now with a request for listener Timothy in our YouTube chat room. Now, this group is from Richmond, Virginia, and they consisted of Miguel Ayala, Frankie Nieves, Victor Ricas, and Eddie Friend, the lead singer, who co-wrote this tune. This came out on the Colpix record label. Both sides of this 45 are pretty good in my opinion. It's from April 1959. This is request for Timothy. Timothy requested Eddie Friend and the Empires on the Colpix record label. It's called Tears in My Eyes.
I have tears in my eyes because you say we're through. I have tears in my eyes. My heart is broke in two. When we first met, we made a vow that it would be just you and I. But now you found someone somehow and left me here to cry. I have tears in my eyes to know your love was vain. I have tears
That's a great record there. That's by request for Timothy. April 59, Eddie Friend and the Empires on the Cold Picks record label. I've got, no, it doesn't say that. It says Tears in My Eyes. What a great record that is. I have 2 copies of that 45 is what I do. But anyway, let's continue here as we go back with a request for Sugar Bear Sterling, for this singer, drummer, and band leader from Detroit, Michigan, had releases on the Fortune label dating back to 1949. And in the 1950s, he recorded for different labels like Old Town and Ember and Dale. On the Dale label, he recorded as Jeff Milner with the Embers. Actually, they do a couple of records on that Dale label, and he used aliases. He used Jimmy Mills, Jimmy Melinder, and on this Ember release, he's known as Jimmy Milner with one L, Milner. So this is a request for Sugar Bear Sterling from April 1959. Jimmy Milner on the Ember label. It's called A Place in My Heart.
Darling, bless your heart.
The glow in your eyes and the smile on your face, yes, makes me realize that my love has found a place in your heart.
Bless your heart.
I'll make you happy, dear. Yes, I'll make your life complete, because it's so clear you love me, precious sweet. Bless your heart.
Bless your heart.
Oh, darling, I can't describe this feeling I feel deep inside. But this, I'm sure, will be that I will love you till eternity. Oh, the touch of your hand just thrills me through and through, and makes me understand how much I've needed you. Bless your heart.
Bless your heart.
Baby, bless your heart.
Bless your heart.
Oh, darling, I can't describe this feeling I feel deep inside. But this, I'm sure, will be that I will love you till eternity. Oh, the touch of your hand just thrills me through and through, and makes me understand how much I've needed you. Bless your heart.
Bless your heart.
Darling, bless your heart.
Bless your heart.
Bless your
There you go. That's for Sugar Bear Sterling. Wow. Where'd you get that one from, Sugar Bear? Interesting. Jimmy Milner there on a group from April 59. It's on the Ember label, A Place in My Heart. And, of course, later on, he joined Ray Richardson's Ink Spots. He became a member of that group. Let's continue here. Hope you're digging on the cool tunes here. If you're new to the program or you're passing by on YouTube, Johnny G spins original vinyl 45s every Saturday beginning at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 9 till midnight, but we normally go about a half hour of OT, maybe a half hour and 10 minutes, maybe. I think I'm going to get them all in tonight, that is for sure. But anyway, if you like this type of music, tell your friends about it. Also subscribe subscribe to my YouTube channel and hit the bell to get notifications, you need to click get all. I think it's get all information, I think, on the drop down there. But you have to be signed into Facebook. I mean, not Facebook, to YouTube. Because you can be passing by and you can always watch. I get that. There's 105 of you watching here. But, I usually get about 40. I can get as high. I think I got 40 in my chat room last week, and that's a lot. So at least at this stage of the game here. But to tell your friends about it, as this is really the only time I get to hear my music. I don't have time to kind of fool around here, so I try to look for the records. I see. So I'm gonna, right after this show, I'm gonna prepare for my Monday night show, because I do a soul show on Monday night beginning at 8 o'clock on Oldies and More Radio, and also right here. So, but I don't get anywhere near. It's half the response of this show. This is the big show that everybody tunes into, and I thank you all for that. But let's continue here, and we have 4 more. No, we are just in 1959 here. Let's go to California here with a request for Daniel Kubacki. This group is out of Ventura, California. This was their only release. Came out on Hunter Hancock's Swingin' record label. And this is the second overall release on the label. The first release was actually a big hit for Big J McNeely. He wasn't the vocalist, he was the band leader, but the song, There's Something on My Mind. This was the very next release, the second release on the Swingin' label. The tune written by the lead singer for the group, his name is Leroy Buddy Gibson. This one from January 59, going out to Daniel Kubacki, Buddy Gibson, and the Vanguards on Swingin' Records. It's called Just a Game.
Just a game I learned to play, thinking about you most every day. Could I be making a fool of myself, learning to love you and no one else, being without you? It makes me sad, but since I've seen you, it has made me glad. Could this be magic, or could this be love? Playing this game from heaven up above. I lie in a deep, bewildered sleep, thinking of what you said. But now that I know that we must go, I'll go on and play this game. Treasure's ending, pot of gold, love is quarrel, that's the way it goes. Could this be magic, or could this be
That's from January 1959, Buddy Gibson and the Vanguards, going out to Daniel Kubacki on the Swingin' record label, Hunter Hancock's Swingin' record label. Just a Game is the name of the tune. For you collectors out there, first presses have to be on vinyl, not the styrene. The styrene is the second press, the vinyl. I think who'd I buy it from? I bought it from, my first copy of this, I bought it from, he's out in California. He collects a lot of the white group stuff. He's on Facebook too. He always makes comments on my label scans. It'll come to me. Somebody will type it in the chat room, I'm sure. Anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We stay in California with a request for Joe Shacatano and a group called The Shields. Of course, you know The Shields. They had a monster hit with a cover of the Slades' You Cheated back in 1958. But in 1959, lead singer Frankie Irvin, he left the group to go solo. Actually, he was solo before, and then he ended up joining the what did I forget? He ended up joining in 58 with the Slades, yes. But anyway, he went solo. He was replaced by a new lead singer. His name is Johnny White. And this next 45 came out on the Dot and the Tender label. I think Dot was first, if I'm not mistaken. But I figured I'd play the Tender. I just like the way the Tender label looks. They're both nice and clean, my copies of this. But anyway, this is from April 1959 by request for Joe Shacatano. These are the Shields, not with Frankie Irvin on lead, but with Johnny White on lead on the Tender label. It's called Play the Game Fair.
I've got a right to know if you love me anymore. All that I have, play the game fair. Don't put yourself in a strain when you call my name. All that I have, play the game fair. I used to go around making believe that you love no one but me. But time has brought a change, my dear, you're not the same. Am I loving you in vain? If you should change your mind, I'll be doing just fine. All that I have, play the game, play the game fair. Play the game fair.
As going out to Joe Shacatano there, those are the Shields. The Shields not with Frankie Irvin on lead, Johnny White on lead, but still the floating tenor in the background. That's Jesse Belvin still there. April 59 on the Tender label, Play the Game Fair. Johnny G always plays the game fair. I only feature original vinyl 45s. That's it. No MP3s, no CDs. I have them, but I can't play them. And it's funny because people say, can you please put this record on an MP3? Number one, my CD player is kaput. It's not connected to my mixer, so I can't do it. And it's amazing. Somebody sends me, can you put these 10 songs on an MP3 and send them to me. Like, I have time really to run downstairs and even, go to the little boys' room. I don't have time to do that, let alone to make 10 MP3s. Think about it a little bit. But anyway, that's not meant for you, the listeners. I enjoy playing the 45's for you, but let's continue now. And speaking of Frankie Irvin, who previously was the lead of that group, but not on that song, here is a solo effort by him and a request for Timothy, and this is on the Guidon label, division of Jamie Records, January 59, Frankie Irvin. This is for Timothy. It's called Believe Me.
My heart with care. Gee, how I love you. So help me. This is my first romance. Please give my heart a chance. How I love you. I love the way you kiss goodnight, the way you hold me tight. I swear by all the stars above, you are my only love, so help me. You know the way I feel. Say this romance is real. Gee, how I love you. Gee, how I love you. Gee, how I love you.
That's going out to Timothy in our YouTube chat room there. That's Frankie Irvin, one of his solo efforts with the girls in the background there. January 59 release. It's on the Guidon label. It's called Believe Me. And, of course, he has other releases. I featured his Heart release not too long ago, maybe last week or the week before. He has a record on Contender. He has two on the Rendezvous label, I think. I thought he had one on Indigo. I thought I had or that's Jesse Belvin I'm getting confused with. But the one I need the record on the Dawn label. I don't have that. That kind of eluded me with a group called The Spears. And it's funny because Kenny Mack requested the flip side of this. So but Kenny gave me a couple other requests. So I figured I have to get that one in for Timothy tonight. But let's continue here. We are 1959. Here's a request for listener Mike Sape. And it's a B-side to the group's second biggest hit. Now, do you know the first biggest hit by the Coasters? Of course, you know the Coasters. I never was really crazy for their novelty songs. I mean, I know the teenagers bought them with the big hits with the Coasters, but some of their flip sides were excellent. Like Yakety Yak was a big #1 record for them on the Billboard Hot 100, but the flip side is an excellent tune. It's called Zing Went the Strings of My Heart. And their follow-up to Yakety Yak was a song called Charlie Brown, a song that, I normally would change the station when that would come on, like 60's, 50's on 5 when I used to drive into Newark before I retired. It would come on, I would listen to it. I said I didn't want to listen to it. I'd rather listen to a ballad or something. It's just, but it's it's an okay tune. I'm not saying it's not, but Mike Sape requested the flip side of that 45, a tune written by Jerry Lieber and Mike Stoller. And King Curtis, he's the saxophone player on this. It's from January 59. These are the Coasters with a B-side on the Atco label, requested by Mike Sape. It's called 3 Cool Cats from Mike.
Three cool cats. Three cool cats.
Parked on the corner in a beat-up car, dividing up a nickel candy bar, talking all about how sharp they are, these
three cool cats. Three cool chicks. Three cool chicks.
Walking down the street, swinging their hips, splitting up a bag of potato chips. And three cool cats did three big flips for
three cool chicks.
Up popped the first cool cat. He said, man, look at that. Man, do you see what I see?
I want the middle chick. I want that little chick.
Hey, man, say one chick for me.
Three cool chicks. Three cool chicks.
They look like angels from up above, and three cool cats really fell in love. But three cool chicks made three fools of these
three cool cats. Three cool cats.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's the flip side of Charlie Brown. Yes, a song entitled Three Cool Cats. It's going out to Mike Sape, January 59 release. The Coasters, one of their many releases on the Atco record label. Let's continue here. We move into 1960 now as we head to Jacksonville, Florida with this request, also from Mike Sape. It's by the King Crooners. They had two releases on Ernie Young's Excello record label. Their first was a song called Won't You Let Me Know. Now, Mike requested their second release on Excello, and for some reason, they changed the spelling of Crooners. With their first release, it was with a C, C-R. With this release, it was with a K. I don't know what the significance was, but and for some reason, they mention here Little Rico on lead, but Little Rico is really John Stanberry. He's the lead singer on this from September 1960. These are the King Crooners with a K on the Excello record label, going out to Mike Sape, a double spin for Mike Sape. It's called School Days, D-A-Z-E, School Days.
More pencils, more books,
more teachers, dirty look.
School days are back again. More read, more write, more arithmetic.
More than that, blame my hickory stick.
School days are back again. Whoa, whoa, oh, now I have to get up early. No more sleeping late like I used to do. I've got to get off to school, 'cause
Mama say that's the right thing to do. Bum, 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 bum.
Going back to cheating under the desk.
I've been off for 3 months rest.
But school days are back again. The principal knows me by name.
Now, fellas, ain't that a shame?
Oh, school days are back again. Oh, oh baby, how I hate to get up early. I'd like to sleep another hour or two. But if I don't get off to school,
Mama will whoop me with daddy's shoe. Bum, 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 bum.
I don't know why school makes me sad.
After all, it's not too bad.
Oh, school days are back again. Good old school. School days are back again.
As going out to Mike Sape there, those are the King Crooners with a K. John Stanberry on lead, although it says Little Rico. I don't know what's up with that. September 1960 on the Excello label, School Days. The D-A-Z-E is the spelling of that. And here we stay in 1960. Now, last week I played a request for Nick Nicola. He requested The Holidays on the Andy label. The song was called Who Knows, Who Cares. Nick also requested the flip side of this. And I don't know which Holidays group this is. There's a lot of groups that go by the name of The Holidays, but this song dates back to 1947. So this is here, January 1960 version by The Holidays, going out to Nick Nicola on the Andy label. It's called The Stars Will Remember. Daryl, maybe you requested this also. So for Nick and Daryl, The Holidays.
The stars will remember the night we said goodbye. The stars will remember, so will I. That's a token, a kiss that brought us sight. The stars will remember, so will I. And now the stars and I, we stroll a lonely lane, and in my solitude I hear you call my name. The world may forget as time goes passing by. The stars will remember, so will I.
As going out to Nick Nicola there, those are The Holidays from January 1960 on the Andy record label. The stars will remember. Yes, they will. As we are in Vinyl Treasure overtime now, as I should get into the there we go. We are now joining the Oldies and More radio network there, tuning into the Vinyl Treasure show. So let's move into 1961 now. And on last week's Vinyl Treasure show, I played a request for Sterling. He requested the Veltones. The Veltones And the B-side to their release on the Lost Night record label, that was the first label, also came out on the Zara label, but it was called I Need You So. It was an excellent ballad, and it was Daryl, Nick, and Andrew Turner asked to play the up-tempo flip side. Now, there is speculation that the lead singer on this female lead, is Pat Van Dross. Now, she was the older sister to singer Luther Van Dross, and Pat was also the lone female member of Johnny Maestro and the Cress when they recorded on the Joyce label. And of course, Joyce Records associated with Al Brown, and this record associated with Al Brown. So it's possible that she's the lead singer of the Veltones on this. I can't be sure, but it's kind of makes sense. But anyway, this is from 1961. These are the Veltones, featuring it on Lost Night. It's for Nick, Andrew, and Daryl. The Veltones with their tune called Now.
Now, if they did it walk, now, if they did it walk, if they did it walk, now.
...1961 release there for the Veltones on the Lost Night record label. Song entitled Now, possibly Pat Van Dross. Is that what are you saying there, Daryl? Van Dross. That 2 words. That's correct. Pat Van Dross, the older sister to Luther Van Dross, the lead singer on that one. Possibly. But let's continue here. We are in 1961. Here's a request for Matey Campboy for this group from New Orleans, Louisiana. They have this release on the Rush label, Rush Records out of New Orleans. And the lead singer on this, his name is Johnny Williams. And Johnny Williams joined Huey Smith and the Clowns back in 1957 and sang lead on some of those releases on, I guess, the Ace record label, but he left in 1959 and formed this group known as the TikToks, who also backed up Bobby Marchand on the with his release on the Fire label in '60, and they have this release from October of 1961. It features Earl King on guitar and Johnny Williams on lead. Give a listen to this group called the TikToks, going out to Matey Campboy. The TikToks from October '61 on the Rush label. It's called True by You for Matey.
Dearest, you know that's not so. I don't really hate you for it, honey, but I just can't take it anymore. You say you need me. Well, honey, you don't need me half as much as I need you. But baby, I'm gonna leave you. Yes, dear, I just can't take it anymore. So I've just got to go.
Never, 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 never leave you, baby. Well, don't you know deep down in my heart that I love loving you. Well, every day and night, you know I just love you. Well, don't you know I love you.
That record, all the copies of that play kind of grainy like that, recycled vinyl, unfortunately. Apologize for that, but that's how they are, really. That's by request from Eddie Campboy, the TikToks there, October 1961 release on the Rush record label. True by You is the name of the tune. Lead singer on that, his name is Johnny Williams. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in 61, and let's go to Mount Vernon, New York, with a request for Joe Shacatano. You know this group's biggest hit from 1957 called Tonight Tonight, but they continued to record into the 1960s, and here's their 8th of 9 on Al Silver's Herald record label. It features Bob Scholl on lead. This is from March 61. Give a listen to the Mellow Kings. I played a record by them last week for Timothy, I think. He requested Valerie on Herald. Well, this is another girl's name, requested by Joe Shacatano. The Mellow Kings with Bob Scholl on lead, March 61 on the Herald label. The tune is called Penny for Joe. Those are the Mellow Kings going out to Joe Shacatano, March 61, their 8th of 9 on Al Silver's Herald record label. Song entitled Penny. Lead singer there, Bob Scholl, unfortunately he died in 1975. Was a boating accident. I remember I heard it on CBS FM at the time, and they were doing oldie shows back then. At least here in New York City, they would come up and do the oldie shows. I forget who did it here. There was one guy that used, a promoter out there, would have all these great groups groups that would come into the New York area. And I think it was with the Gus Gossert used to advertise those shows all the time. Really. But anyway, let's continue here because we're getting close to the end here. And last week, I played a request for Sterling by the Universals. This is another Universals group. They were from Amityville, New York. And Sterling requested the song, I'll Just Have to Go On Dreaming. And it was Andrew Turner and Daryl Letts and Nick Nicola. They said, Johnny G, you got to play the flip side also. I said, okay, let's do it. This one from September 61. These are the Universals. I think this was the intended A-side. Came out on the Festival label. Fred Miller, he's the lead singer. The song is called Love Bound.
I dreamed I was dancing in Wonderland as I lay on my pillow last night, and I met an angel in Wonderland. She kissed me and held me so tight, and my head went round and round, and my heart went up and down. When I finally touched the ground, then I knew I was love bound. Oh, we walked and we talked for a little while. She smiled and my heart beat so fast, and after we kissed for a little while, I knew I found true love at last. Then my head went round and round, and my heart went up and down. When I finally touched the ground, then I knew I was love bound. Oh, we walked and we talked for a little while. She smiled and my heart beat so fast, and after we kissed for a little while, I knew I found true love at last. Then my head went round and round, and my heart went up and down. When I finally touched the ground, then I knew I was love bound. Oh, little girl, you made my heart go up and down. We went.
They're called the Universals. Yes, they're out of Amityville, New York. Fred Miller, the lead singer, their September 61 release on the Festival record label. The song is called Love Bound. Now, I had this. Let me just play a little bit of this next record here. So when I heard this record, I said, wait a minute. On my test show, I played Tell Me If This Record Sounds Like the Record You Just Heard. Just tell me if this sounds like the record you just heard. Listen closely.
I dreamed about Sunday morning as I lay on my pillow last night, and I dreamt of Sunday's breakfast with pancakes and syrup just right. When the syrup goes round and round, the pancakes go up and down. When they finally touch the plate, then I'll grab mine and I'll eat all my pancakes in the morning.
pancakes in the morning. Oh yes, oh yes I do. Oh yes I do. When the syrup goes round and round and the pancakes go up and down, when they finally touch the plate, then I'll grab mine and I'll eat on my pancakes in the morning. Oh yes I do. I want my pancakes in the morning. Oh yes I do. Oh yes I do.
That sounds similar to the Universal's Love Bound. Well, that tune is called Pancakes. I haven't had pancakes in the morning in a long time. It's a no-no for Johnny G, but they're called the Lords. It came out on the Yvette record label. They said 66. There's no way that record is from 66. That is like a fall of 61 release. And the same thing as that Universal's release, a copycat job there. But anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. And let's go to this request from Matey Campboy. It's on Leonard Chess's Argo record label. This, this duo out of Wichita, Kansas. They are Don Level and Bob Love. Collectively, they were known as Don and Bob. This is their second of two on the Argo label. They both wrote this tune. Their first release was a song called Shy Guy. This is their second release from September 61. Don and Bob on the Argo label. The song is called I'm Lost. For Matey.
Another night alone, another tear I've shed, darling, on bended knees. Another prayer I've said, I'm lost, lost in my lonely world. Darling, my tears came down like drops of rain each lone and lonely night. Echoes your name. I'm lost in my lonely world. Oh, bodies of my heart. Oh, I love you so, 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 and my flame of love will forever and never glow, glow, glow. Yes, I will go to bed and dream of you. Then at the break of dawn, I'll start anew. I'm lost in my lonely world. Lost in my lonely world. Lost in my
There you go there. That's going out to Matey Campboy there. Cool, actually a nice ballad there. Don and Bob, September 61 release there on the Argo record label, song entitled I'm Lost. Let's move into 1962 now with a request for Ronnie Sherman. Now, when the Dubs broke up in late 1958, they were recording for George Gollner's Gone label. Lead singer Richard Blandon joined the Vocaliers for a short time and sang with their release on the Old Town record label. Then in September 59, Blandon reformed his Dubs group and signed with ABC Paramount Records for 5 releases. And then when the group, they just weren't having hits, they dropped the group and they went back to George Gollner for a couple of sessions. And 2 singles came out of those sessions. And Ronnie requested their first, which Gollner put out on his End label, and it features Richard Blandon on lead. It's from February 62. Give a listen to the dubs on the End label. It's called This to Me Is Love. This is for Ronnie Sherman.
This to me, this to me is love. To see the flowers grow, to see the river flow, to see the stars shine above. This to me is love. This to me is love. Love is to me love. Sunshine, wind and rain that crowd every year. The laughter of the clown, of the child with her to hear the church bells ring, to hear the choir sing, to serve someone from above. This to me is love. This to me is love.
Going out to Ronnie Sherman there, Richard Blandon and the Dubs. February 62 release. It's on George Gollner's End record label. This to Me Is Love. I featured it on the white promo End label there. I do, Josue, have the multicolor stock copy also. I bought 2 at the time. They were such a cheap price I couldn't let them go. Anyway, their second single, by the way, was released on Gone in September of 62. It was called You're Free to Go, which I have featured here on the program. Now let's continue here in 1962 with a request for Rick in Philly. Now for you collectors out there, this 45 only comes out on a special promotional copy. Now the A-side, it's they're A-sides of 2 new releases put out by this company called, a record company called Pyramid Records. So it says here on the label, please regard the reverse side as a separate disc. The flip of this is something by Savina Kativa. It's called Hallelujah. That's on the flip side of this. But we're going to give a listen to this side, requested by Rick in Philly, from this group from Youngstown, Ohio. They're called The Marvels. The Marvels from April 62. On the Pyramid label, it's called Guiding Angel, for Rick in Philly.
My guiding angel, hear my humble plea. Help me find the lover who was meant for me. Guiding angel has her by the hand. Tell her how I love her. Make her understand. I hope and pray to find true love and peace of mind. Please lend your guiding hand to me. What fool we mortals be, my guiding angel, use your magic charms, find my wandering lover, guide her to my arms. My guiding
That's going out to Rick and Philly there, the Marvels, April 62 release on the Pyramid record label, song entitled Guiding Angel. Let's continue here, and we are in 62. Let's go to Philadelphia now. This is an excellent two-sided 45 and a request for listener Ronnie Sherman. For this, a singer is by the name of Sharon Ivy. It's a male, Sharon Ivy. This is his only release on the Heritage label. Supposedly the Dream Lovers are backing him up on this, and came out, actually no, wait, this also came out on Coed. Did it? Maybe it did. Wow, I didn't know that. It's on Heritage and it's on the Coed label. I have it on the Heritage label, February 62. Sharon Ivy on Heritage for Ronnie Sherman. It's called I Need You.
I need you, honest, I do need your love. All the stars above knows my love for you is true. You are my one desire. You set my soul on fire. Always and forever, I will never stop loving you. When the stars burn into ashes, and all the rivers they run dry, I
don't know what it is. A trumpet, maybe? I like that trumpet in that record. I do. Anyway, that's Sharon Ivy. That's also released on the Coed record label, first on the Heritage label. Supposedly the Dream Lovers backing him up on that. That's going out to Ronnie Sherman, February 1962. Have one more record by Nolan Strong and the Diablos. This one released in January of 62. I just noticed there's like a little bit of an edge warp on here. Let's see how it plays. But this is a request for Amnon. This is a cover tune. Of course, this song goes way, way back. The Marcells had a big, big hit with this. But we go back to Detroit, and this is their 13th release on the Fortune record label, and a cover of the Rogers Heart tune from January 62. Nolan Strong and the Diablos going out to Amnon on Fortune, their rendition of the tune Blue Moon. As by request for Amnon there, cover tunes here as we start to wind down here on the Saturday Night Vinyl Treasure Show, January 62. Nolan Strong and the Diablos on Fortune Records. Blue Moon is the name of the tune. Let's move into 1963. We go to Detroit, Michigan for this next 45, produced and co-written by Mike Hanks, who managed this label called Star Maker for Carmen Murphy, who bankrolled this label for Mike. And it's the group's second of two on the label. They're called the Deans. And I have water damage on my copy. You don't want to have that on a purple label or like a pinkish purple. You don't want that. 1963, give a listen to the Deans on Star Maker. It's called Chills, 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 the Deans.
Chills up and down my spine. Oh,
gonna make you mine. Love you, I love you all the time. I love you so. And I need you so. I want you to know. Never let you go. Gonna make you mine. Love you all the time.
That's the second of two for the Deans. Have both their 45s on the Star Maker record label. That's their second from 63. Chills, Chills, Chills is the name of the tune. Hopefully Johnny G not giving you chills as we continue here for a request from my number one California listener, Matey Campboy. We go back out to California. This is on Art LeBeau's Original Sound record label. This song co-written by Frank Zappa, if you can believe it. Actually, Frank Zappa was a big group harmony lover, and I'm sure he had 45s. Would have been interesting to talk to him about that, listening as a teenager out in California with his memories of American Legion Stadium in El Monte, California. That's what this is about. He wrote about that. Elmont American Legion Stadium in Elmont, California. And Art LeBeau put on so many rock and roll shows there back in the 1950s. And he wrote a song about it, and the Penguins recorded this. I remember hearing this on the Gus Gossard show when I was a teenager, when I tuned into his program. This one from March of 63. It features Cleve Duncan on lead, even though they called them the Penguins. The Viceroys were the group that were backing him up on this. The same group that recorded Dreamy Eyes on Original Sound Records. But let's go back to March 63. This is a request for Matey Campboy, the Penguins, on Original Sound, and their tune called Memories of El Monte.
I'm all alone, feeling so blue, thinking about you and the love we once knew. And each time I do, it brings back those memories of El Monte. Remember the dance I held you so tight. The satins were singing in the still of the night. You gave me your heart and your love undying. Now I'm alone, I'm sitting here crying. If only they have those dances again, I'd know where to find you and all my old friends. The Shields would sing,
you cheated, you lied,
and the heartbeats,
you're 1,000 miles away,
and the medallions with the letter and
sweet words of his mortality,
Marvin and Johnny with
cherry pie.
from Tony Allen with
Night Owl.
And I, Cleve Duncan, along with the Penguins, will sing Earth Angel, Earth Angel, will you be mine at El Monte? If I could go back to those days of the past, I'd show you a love that would last. Oh, I remember those wonderful dances in El Monte.
That is definitely a cool tune. That's going out to Matey Campboy there. They're called the Penguins, but that's definitely Cleve Duncan on lead. It's with the Viceroys backing him up. March 63, that's on Art LeBeau's Original Sound Records out of Los Angeles, California. It's called Memories of El Monte. As Johnny G bringing back memories to you, hopefully, on this music. Really great music. I mean, I don't make music like this anymore, unfortunately. But anyway, let's continue here for this group out of Long Island, this Latino group out of Long Island. It's a request for Rick in Philly. They have this one release on Al Smith's Alco label. Alco Records is out of Babylon, New York. This tune written by two members of the group, Danny and Diego Torres. They wrote this tune, and this one arranged by the label owner. His name is Al Smith. It features Danny Torres on lead. This one from October 63, going out to Rick in Philly, the Fabulous Pearl Divines on Alco Records. It's called So Lonely. This is for Rick.
Since you've been gone,
That's going out to Rick in Philly. That's a great record there. They're called the Fabulous Pearl Divines, released in October 63 on the Alco label. It's called So Lonely. Danny Torres, the lead singer on that. I have a duplicate of that, but it doesn't play like this one. I mean, these records are, these are cheap styrene 45s. So my other one, I'd have to play it for you. You have to listen, but it is available. Everything's available for a price. Anyway, 2:45s to go before we sign off here. Wow, we almost here 4 hours here. So this is from 64. This is a request for Nick Nicola. This record out of Chicago. You are correct, Reed, and it's by Buddy B. DeVito. Buddy B. DeVito and his Fabulous Storms, and I think he goes back to a band leader, I think, but it didn't sound like it. It just didn't make sense to me, because why would he be singing this in 19? But you can listen to this record and tell me what you think. It's for Nick Nicola, a request by Nick, 1964. I paid $1 for this record on the KM record label out of Chicago. Buddy B. DeVito and the Fabulous, I didn't write it down, folks, the Fabulous Storms from 64. It's called I Only Need to Think of You. Tell me what you think of this record. Wait, that wasn't good. Sorry. There.
Whenever I am feeling blue, I only need to think of you. Then everything that comes along turns into such a lovely song. When every star that shines on high just seems to fade away and I start remembering your charm and long to hold you in my arms. I know it's you, my whole life through. I only need to think of you when I feel blue. When shadows come to cloud the sky, I only need to see your eyes. Then golden lights seem to appear. It's wonderful when you are here. I know it's you, my whole life through. I only need to think of you when I feel blue. I only need to think of you when I feel blue. I only need to think of you when I feel blue. When I feel
I mean, a little bit of a samba there, but is that a band leader? I don't know if that could be a band leader from the 40s. Didn't make any sense to me, but anyway, that's for Nick Nicola. That's Buddy Buddy B. DeVito and the Fabulous Storms from 1964. It's out of Chicago on the KM record label. It's called I Only Need to Think of You. That's going to do it for Johnny G and the Vinyl Treasure Show. I want to thank you for joining Johnny G, listening to original vinyl 45s out of my collection. You want to get in touch with me, send me an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com. As I've been getting tons and tons of requests, extending the show a little bit, but that's okay. Johnny G's retired, so it really is a lot of fun to spin the records for you. Still have a big crowd right now with 133 in here and 24 in my chat room there. That's pretty good. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. Tell your friends about the show. I need subscribers. If you're new, please subscribe to the program and click the bell to get notifications when I go live. I'm usually here at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, here broadcasting out of New York, out of my attic with my air conditioner behind me in this mess of 45s with my 2 turntables. I take requests from the listeners and I add in a couple rarities of my collection there. So makes for a fun night here. I so much look forward to it. I always did. I've been doing this at least since 2005 originally with the show, but I've been here on YouTube. I think I have videos that go back to 2015. There's a lot of videos on there, and it's interesting because I got people that go to the archive and they're looking at older videos and they run it through the filter, and I get these copyright issues. It's pretty interesting. They're always coming in, but again, thank you all for tuning in. And the fun part about it is, I mean, I am beholden to YouTube. If they, that's why I don't play any hits. I want to see if I can do some countdowns of some really cool radio stations like that, not with a lot of hits on it, but kind of like obscurities, like stuff out of California back in the maybe the early 60s or late 50s, where I can do the complete countdown, like WJMO. I know on my Monday night show, I want to do kind of like my Monday Soul show. I have a lot of those records. I should be able to have a good fill on those top 100. Now, we're not talking MP3s here. We're talking on original vinyl here. So I don't have everything in my collection. I have a lot of things, but not everything. I talk about things that I need in my collection. I'm still buying, but again, I'm newly retired, so I'm in this twilight zone right now, so I can't really spend a lot of money unless I turn some of my duplicates into cash. Then I could spend my money. But anyway, thank you all for tuning in tonight and all your requests. You can send me your requests and your emails at vinyltreasures@aol.com. You can go to my website, vinyltreasures.net. You can download the show there. It's free to download, or you can stream it on your computer, or you can come back to YouTube and you can check it out. But sometimes they give me problems. I have to mute the songs. But that's the way it goes. But anyway, thank you all for tuning in tonight. Thank you, Charlene, again for all your help. Our closer tonight is actually a special song, as this is the Memorial Day weekend where we pay tribute to those that have moved on. They've passed on to protect us here for our freedom. That's what Memorial Day really is. And I was able to find a lot of records for my soul show on Monday night, but there's a few that I don't have that JVB 45. But anyway, I did find this one in the box, and I thought it was a good one to play. This song originally done by the Four Fellows back in late 55, early 56 on the Glory label, a song called Soldier Boy. But this closer tonight is by I can't read my thing here, Nathan McKinney and the Chambers Brothers. I think he has his first record was on Rayco. It was Nathan McKinney and Valleyites, I think it was, Weep No More, but this is their second record. This is their second of 3 on the Rayco record label. Came out in April of 64. And out of Los Angeles, California. And we're going to play this one in memory of all of those that gave their lives for our freedom. That's what Memorial Day is. So it's by Nathan McKinney and the Chambers Brothers. It's on the Rayco label. It's from April 64. and the song is called Soldier Boy. It's a cover of the Four Fellows tune. That's going to do it, folks. Thank you again for tuning in this evening. Those of you, the diehards that sat down and watched Johnny G all night long, thank you all for that. I'll see some of you on Monday evenings. Got a whole bunch of soul records to play for you Monday night, beginning at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I'll be back, of course, next Saturday night with more of your requests. So send them to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com, and please tell your friends. I need subscribers. That's what I want. Again, thank you all again. Just going to say, everybody, so long. Soldier. See, I didn't do that right. I hate that. Let's try it again. There you go.
Soldier boy.
Soldier boy. Tell me, how do you do? Don't you believe she'll be true? It's written in the blue that she were meant for you. Soldier boy, tell me, why do you cry when you return? She'll rush to your side. It's written in the blue that she were meant for you. So true. Her love is true. She'll be there to say I do. Try to believe her love for you. It's written eternally. It's written in the blue that she were meant for you. You're not nothing but a soldier boy. Okay, folks, thank you. I didn't see Ryan. I didn't see you come in, man. So anyway, let me show you this record here. I mean, it's, for Memorial Day. It's not like it's veterans. It's different. It's for the people that have passed on. But I figured, for the soldier theme there, Nathan. What did I say? Nathaniel, but it's Nathan McKinney and the Chambers Brothers, Soldier Boy. I bought this from Jerry Diaz Reed. He charged me, I think Marvin Pod has this at $100. I think he charged me $70 for this record a long time ago. But anyway, thank you all for tuning in. Johnny G is beat. I gotta go relax. It's kind of humid out. It's 61. It says clear now and humid. But anyway, that's it, folks. I gotta go. Enjoy your weekend. If you have a 3-day weekend, it's kind of weird. I'm not looking at it as a 3-day weekend anymore because I don't have to go anywhere. I got to get used to that. But anyway, stay well, everyone. And I'll see some of you on Saturday night at 8 o'clock. If not, I'll see you back here at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So long, everyone.